meeting, so you got to move it on. Good.
The video is running right now.
Okay.
I'll tell you as soon as they're live. I know.
So I just. All right. So should I hit the gavel now? It's 4:05 in the afternoon. The date is September 27, 2023. I would like to call to the order the closed session meeting for the City of Westminster. And City Clerk, please call roll.
Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor, you have a quorum with Mayor Nguyen and Councilwoman Fan West absent.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any speakers for closed session today?
We do not.
All right, so please read the title into the record, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes. Conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, existing litigation with Case Hernandez v. City of Westminster, and conference with labor negotiators. Designated representative is the Director of Human Resources and Risk Manager, Jody Greiner. Employee organizations is Westminster's Police Officers Association, Westminster Municipal Employees Association, Management, Administrative, and Confidential Employees, and Executive Employees.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we will close for our closed session meeting, please. Good evening. It's now 6:05, and I would like to reconvene the Westminster City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency. Meeting to order. Okay, City Clerk, please call roll.
Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Vice Mayor, you have a quorum with Mayor Nguyen and Councilwoman Fan West absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to do the salute to the flag. Councilmember Manzo, can you do it, please?
Please join me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance as we meet tonight to conduct business of our city government. Help us keep in mind that we are here to serve the people of the city and enable us to make our decisions so that we may do what's best for all citizens we represent. Amen.
Amen.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Councilmember Manzo and Councilmember Ho. Next is City Attorney closed session report. Do you have any?
Thank you. Yes, there was 2 items on the closed session. One concerning an existing litigation case, Hernandez versus City of Westminster, and second, labor negotiations. There was discussion on both and direction was provided. There's nothing to report.
Right, so we move to ex parte communication. Madam Clerk, are there any speaker that we have? Oh, actually, you guys, council members, do you have any? Okay, seeing none, move to the next. Clerk report, please.
Vice Mayor, I have no report tonight, other than if you are interested in serving on one of our boards and commissions, please reach out to the city clerk's office for an application. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Manager, any report?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council, members of the community. So October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the Police Officers Association and Police Department have teamed up in an effort to bring awareness to breast cancer in October by allowing uniformed personnel to wear pink patches. These pink patches will also be available for sale, and all proceeds go to the Susan G. Komen Foundation to help fund research to fight breast cancer. Both men and women are affected by breast cancer. It's estimated that in 2023, there will be almost 297,790 new cases of invasive breast cancer in women and almost 2,800 new cases in men. So please buy a pink patch or 2 to help find a cure. So today we actually have a table outside of the council chambers for anyone who's interested in purchasing a pink patch or a keychain. If you're not able to join us, you can call WPD Property Technician Kelly Wells at 714-548-3822. Again, 714-548-3822. Pink patches are $10. There's also some specialty canine pink patches for $10, and then mini pink patch keychains for $5. And again, all proceeds go to the Susan G. Komen Foundation. Next, we have a Coffee with a Canine event on Tuesday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. over at 7 Leaves on 15491 Brookhurst Street. So please stop by, have a coffee, chat with PD officers, and meet Canine Dragon. So hope to see you there. Again, that's next Tuesday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The Senior Center is hosting their their Autumn Splendor Dance on Friday, October 13th, Friday the 13th, from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Tickets are $5 in advance or $7 at the door. It includes entertainment provided by DJ Professor D and light refreshments. If you're interested, you'd like to attend, please call 714-895-2878. The FRC, or the Family Resource Center, is partnering up with Love Westminster to host a school supplies distribution and dinner event next Thursday, October 5th, from 6 to 8 p.m. Space is limited, and advanced registration is required. Interested families should visit the FRC at 7200 Plaza Street or call 714-903-1331 for more information and to sign up. The fall newsletter and recreation guide is currently out. Check out the brochure for a listing of many of our unique classes, including dance, martial arts, sports, and more. Registration's open and many classes are still available. It's a great opportunity for you to try out some new skills or refresh on old ones for a great price and, with your fellow community members. Youth sports are also starting next week. Sign up now for our basketball and soccer clinics, which are led by our recreation leaders. And on Friday, October 27th, mark your calendars for this year's Halloween Spooktacular in the Civic Center. The event will feature a trunk or treat that will take place from 4:30 to 6:15 p.m. It also features community ofrendas, crafts and games for the whole family, and food trucks. And then starting at 6:30 p.m. in the Sunken Gardens, you can finish the night out with a movie. So it's a combination trunk or treat with movie in the parks. So for more information about any of these events, call Community Services 714-895-2860 or visit us online. This last month, if you've been out into our Civic Center, so September Suicide Prevention Month, and we have actually changed our clock tower, the clock tower in the Civic Center, the colors to teal and purple, which are the official colors of suicide prevention, in support of the healthcare agency's second annual Light Up Hope OC. So the lights will still be up through the end of this week. And again, that's to support Suicide Prevention Month. Last but not least, our mayor cannot be here today, but he wanted to extend his, from the bottom of his heart, his heartfelt thanks to the staff who worked hard over the weekend for a very successful fall festival, as well as the members of the community who all came out for this event. It was definitely overwhelming. I myself, I was out there as well, and it was definitely a very successful event, and we are so proud of the production. We're really proud of staff and those who came out to to support to support our efforts to be bigger and better with our community events. With that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Madam City Manager. So this brings us to the special presentations, and we will be saying a few words of recognition from the dais, and take photos immediately follow the presentation. I'm going to read it. First, we're going to honor Claire Amex. We would to take a few minutes to recognize a long-time employee who is retiring this week, which is Claire Amex. She has been a part of the City of Westminster family for over 15 years. Claire began her service to the city as a volunteer in the senior center. She was soon hired as an intern in 2006, and in 2007, Claire was promoted to senior outreach worker, where she connected aging clients with valuable resources. In 2008, she was selected to fill the full-time community service coordinator position in the senior center. And in 2010, Claire was promoted to senior center supervisor, where she has served since. As senior center supervisor, Claire was overseeing the day-to-day operations of the center, including daily meals, transportation programs, events and activities, and outreach services. Notably, during the COVID-19 pandemic and the closure of the senior center, Claire managed the weekly distribution of over 2,700 grabs and go meals and implemented the telecare call program, where staff would make weekly calls to check in with our vulnerable seniors. Her impact on the senior center, the patrons, and the center staff will be felt for years to come. And on behalf of the City of Westminster, we sincerely thank you for your service, Claire, and wish you all the best in your retirement. Congratulations. Yeah, please stand up to be recognized, Claire. Thank you. Now we want to wait 2 more. I'm going to read the next 2, and then I'm going to invite you guys, to take photos. Proclamation Fire Prevention Week, October 8, 14, 2023. Today, we recognize the significance of fire safety both locally and nationally. We highlight that homes are a major concern for fire safety and that cooking is the leading cause of house fires and injuries in the country. This proclamation emphasized the importance of working smoke alarms in reducing the risk of fire-related incidents. This proclamation acknowledges that a significant amount of home fires occurs in homes without smoke alarms and stress the importance of public education and outreach to encourage fire safety in homes. We also would like to introduce the 2023 Fire Prevention Week. Cooking safety starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention. As a reminder to educate residents about simple yet important action to prevent cooking fires. Now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen, on behalf of Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen and Council members Amy Pham West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim October 8 to 14, 2023 as a Fire Prevention Week in the City of Westminster and urge the residents to practice safe cooking habits, stay in the kitchen while cooking, remove items from around the stove that can catch fire, and support the many public safety activities and efforts of Orange County Fire Authority during Fire Prevention Week 2023. Proclamation National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15 to October 15, 2023. Today we come together to celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month, a time when we honor the cultures, histories, and contributions of our fellow citizens whose roots trace back to Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, the Central and South America. This tradition, which began in 1968 as a Hispanic Heritage Week, was expanded to month-long celebration in 1988 by President Ronald Reagan, showing the importance of this heritage to our nation. September 15, the start of this month-long celebration marks the independence of anniversaries of several Latin American countries. Beyond history, we must recognize the great contribution of Hispanic Americans, including their dedication to our armed force, where they've served with honor and earned the Medal of Honor of their bravery. Now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen, on behalf of Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen and Council Member Amy Pham West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim September 15 to October 15, 2023, as National Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Westminster, and encourage all to participate in local events and to learn and experience the positive influences that have enriched our communities. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Councilmember Manzo and Councilmember Hall to join me at the podium. This one's for Claire, right? Claire. All right, Claire, this is for you. Thank you for being with us. Contribute a lot of effort to build this city and keep the city clean and healthy. Thank you. So you wanted to say anything?
Did you want to repeat that?
No, I'm okay. I don't want to repeat it. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Claire, I don't have the words to express how the gratitude that we in our community have for your services all these years. I know our seniors, when they see you, their faces light up because you're so, when they see you, you're smiling, so that makes everybody smile. And you're going to be so missed. You're going to be so missed. And I'm grateful that I got to know you. And I'm thank you from the bottom of my heart for your commitment to our community. Thank you very much.
Claire, I am shocked to hear that you're retiring. You're too young.
Oh, thank you.
Oh. But besides that, we need you. And the senior center people need you. Over the years, I noticed that every time I come to your event, it gets bigger and bigger and louder, and the seniors really enjoy themselves and all the parties that you've helped put on. And I'm really going to miss you. So please do consider come back and part-time maybe. We can't have parties without you. Thank you so much for all you do, all you have done. Thank you.
So much.
And enjoy your retirement. But don't forget us.
I won't.
Come back.
Claire, you want to say something?
Thank you. I didn't plan on saying anything, but I do appreciate this. It means the world to me. The Senior Center, the City of Westminster, has been my life for the last 17 years since I've been here. I moved from Maryland, and the seniors are my life here, and they're my family, and that's how we treat them over there, and it's just been a pleasure. I've gotten to know them, they've gotten to know me, we've gone through so much together, and we're just there to serve our seniors, and I've just enjoyed it so much. And I will miss it. I will be back. I'll volunteer. How's that? I will come back and volunteer. But it has been wonderful, and thank you so much for your support. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
You want to cut it?
All right. Thank you, Claire. Be around.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the next one. Okay. Put up 5G. 5G. Want to say something?
I appreciate Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and all the residents. Obviously, fire prevention is, my job steps in when fire prevention fails, right? We go operational, and a safe community is a community without fire, and I hope that we get put without a job. That's what we're here for. My firefighters, my inspectors, my code enforcement, my plan checkers, their whole goal is to keep the public safe in everything we do with inspecting the structures, making sure that everything we can do on our side provides you with as much safety as we can. But obviously it's a team. We can't be everywhere. And bringing attention to the importance of fire prevention and fire safety will help us all together, work together on this. And if we can eliminate it, then we save a lot of grief, a lot of tragedy. We've had several of them recently, locally, as well as when I was in Lahaina. You think about the things that go on, and it's life-changing moments for everybody that's involved. So I appreciate you taking the time tonight and taking this moment, recognizing this week and the importance it is in public safety.
All right, thank you.
We have
all
from high school.
Yes, please come on up here.
From our local high school in Westminster.
You want to give?
Sure.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah.
Who wants to hold this?
And how are you?
Good thing,
Yeah.
two rows.
Yeah. Take a picture though. Yeah, any of you want to speak?
So first and foremost, we want to thank you all for being here. This is such an honor to be here and be actually able to receive this proclamation. I can't even speak because I'm so nervous. We are so thankful for this. This is such a wonderful experience and opportunity for us. Never had I thought in my life I would be here and be able to hear you guys. So it's such a cool experience. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm very thankful from the bottom of my heart to be here with you guys. Anything else you guys? Oh, we are from the program called Puente, which is a program that helps students have a chance at four-year university. So we are an academic program.
From Westminster High School.
From Westminster High School, yes.
So I just want to say
Yeah,
thank you for being here. I'm receiving this on behalf of National Hispanic Heritage Month. And
next is
And also, thank you for what you guys do for our community. You're really known in the community, and just people tell me such good things about you guys and what you've been doing. So I just wanted to have you here, so thank you for being here. Thank you.
All right, I just want to say a few words. We are a city. Thank you for coming up here, and the National Hispanic Month is very important to us as a city. We learn each other's heritage and cultures. And I myself love Spanish, learning Spanish. As a matter of fact, throughout the day, I can tell you that I make, whenever I, speak to people who speak Spanish better than I do, I try to learn. And then I also love Mexican food. So it really is really important that we share the cultures and we learn not just the food, but we do learn through foods, right? And so thank you so much for sharing this opportunity with us. This is really a learning experience for us all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council members. All right, thank you for coming to join us tonight. Next is oral communication. City Clerk, please read it into the record, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and the city of residence for the record.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to add to that, the city also has the resolution number 4963. This resolution is the resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at the city council meeting. And I would like to ask that we treat each other with courtesy, listen to city officials, city staff, and members of the public respectfully, exercise self-control, avoid threat of violence, avoid loud, assaulting, and offensive communications. Be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation or interruptions. The rules of decorum is that no person attending the city council meeting shall engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts, or embed the orderly conduct of the meeting. All remarks from the public shall be addressed to the presiding officer running the meeting or the city council as a whole, not directly to another member or members of the public. All individuals attending the city council meeting should all be the presiding officer and the rules of decorum. If the member of the public fails to abide by these rules, the presiding officers, which is me, Vice Mayor, shall issue an official warning and may result in being asked to leave the chambers. With that, I would also like to remind the public that their youth attended the meeting and watching remotely on YouTube. So I do request that we do not use any profanity language. All right, City Clerk, please call for first speaker.
Our first speaker is Hung Nguyen. Hung, are you in chambers? All right, our next speaker, Jessica Rodriguez.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Council. My name is Jessica Rodriguez, lifelong resident of Westminster. I am the lead designer at Little Hill Floral Designs off of Westminster and Edwards in District 2. I am here to address the Council regarding an inept response to the immense amount of disorderly conduct taking place in the parking lot of our place of business at 14022 Edwards Street. Within the past year, the city has seen a great increase in homelessness, and with it has come a daily occurrence of property damage, campsites, defecation, drug use, sex, and the like taking place at the very doorstep of our business. I have video and photographic evidence of all these events. When we have clients walking into the parking lot ready to book their wedding or event florals, yet they turn to see a pair of homeless people smoking meth, it makes them question whether they should be doing business here or anywhere in the city, because this issue plagues all of Westminster. Not only does this jeopardize business in our city today, these disgraceful events take place a hop, skip, and jump away from our local high school, middle schools, and elementary schools. Our city's children are witnessing the wreckage in our town firsthand. What reason should they pursue opening businesses here in their future? Many instances, we have called the city police, like when we had our gas tank drained, or when a known dangerous do not engage transient made a mess of our parking lot, causing property damage, and then chose to make her way into our studio the next day and yell at our office manager. Or the many times where we risk our safety to cross the line of the homeless people sleeping in front of our doors, butt naked and on drugs. These calls have many times fallen on deaf ears. The lack of action is damaging the reputation of my business and my city. It's understandable that there are many restrictions when policing the homeless. Maybe a regular, quick sweep through the parking lot every couple of nights could help ease the activity in this area. The units already make their way by our business, but because it's a bit tucked away, it may be difficult to identify any wrongdoing. We aren't asking for much, we just need a little bit of help to continue doing business here in Westminster, because at this rate, it's difficult while we're taking on the resulting monetary damages. I ask you, council, to please take action. Our police have not shown that our safety is in their best interest, and it's high time you do. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello. Well, I thought this might be fun watching Nam Kwan run the meeting. Should be a short one without Amy and Charlie talking, though. A huge shout out to Christina, Adolfo, Vanessa, Jake, Chief, and all of our city staff who worked so hard to bring us the amazing Fall Festival and Taste of Westminster. You guys rock. I attended Friday night's Taste event, and it was packed. Great way to promote our local restaurants. Amy and Nam Kwan were not there, but Charlie, Christina, and Adolfo made the extra effort to fly back from Sacramento and go directly to the event. I also attended on Saturday. Nam Kwan was not there again. Amy stood out like a sore thumb, pun intended, with her over-the-top chat GPT AI prepared 3-minute speech. As an elected official, she should be able to address the community in a friendly, non-rehearsed way like everyone else. And Amy, wherever you are, your attire was ostentatious for this event. Congratulations, Claire. Thank you for your years of dedication and service to our seniors. You are leaving some big shoes to fill. Your warm and welcoming demeanor will be greatly missed, especially by our seniors. I'd also like to wish Shelley Stevens the best of luck in her move out of state and thank her for her service. I'm outraged that we will have to wait until the end of meetings to make positive comments like these. Item 5.1 soon. Item 5.1 will probably be continued again since the princess isn't here to appoint her replacement. I really want to know why David Johnson and Gerald Sitchell resigned so soon after being appointed. I sent 3 emails about the foundation's structure as reflected on the state filed documents, but received no response. Item 5.5, while it is not unheard of for a city to provide a small amount of initial funding to a city-oriented community foundation, for our city, $20,000 to $25,000 is a lot of money. I support providing some seed money, but only with a formal written agreement spelling out the terms of what it is to be used for, that it is one-time funding only, and whether or not the foundation is obligated to pay back the city in the future. Item 7.1 is upsetting. There was so little detailed information provided about these commissions during the dismal recruitment effort. Publishing in the Herald Journal does nothing. No one wants to serve our city because of this council. The staff report is incorrect and incomplete. There was no agenda item in January to disband the Commission on Aging. The Parks and Rec Commission is not the appropriate body to provide input and ideas to council on the needs and wants of our seniors. Did the city actively recruit for the Commission on Aging by reaching out personally to everyone registered with our senior center? Since January, has the city reached out to all the local colleges, school districts, arts-related businesses, local artists, the Rose Center, and other nonprofits in multiple languages regarding the Cultural Arts Commission as promised? Did council members reach out to their constituents? Why is none of this in the staff report? It doesn't cost anything to keep these commissions and continue the recruitment, so please vote no on this tonight. Nam Kwan, I asked this last time, but you weren't here. Why did you request copies of the failed 2021 recall petitions for Charlie Tree and Kimberly? You better not do anything nefarious with the proponents' names, addresses, and signatures, or there will be heck to pay. You can bank on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Nam Kwan Nguyen, City Council Member Carlos Menzo, City Council Member Kim Lee Ho, and on the Police Department and the attorney of the city, and also the city manager, and all the people who have working hard to make our city thriving, improving in many aspects. I came here to raise my concern on 3 items that in the future, we have to keep our city working together as a team, that all of you is elected by the people. You should work together as a team and try to minimize the friction between the groups. That is all the people of Westminster want to see a city of Westminster improving in many aspects. And today I have 3 items that I would like to bring up. First, many people have the tendency want us to be, city of Westminster to be sanctuary city. No question is we should, all of you should vote no on no sanctuary city. That means we should respect on the legal immigrant or legal people to stay in our city. And secondly, respect law and order. That means we have to support police department, fire department, or ambulance service to make our city safe for all the people. And the thirdly is no cannibalist business. In the future, a lot of people will come to ask our city to get into the business of cannibalism. And therefore, I suggest we should not go in approving, even though they bring business to our city. So try to help our younger generation not involved in drugs addict. And the last one is the city should help people to legalize existing construction. A lot of people making illegal construction, but now it's the time to legalize them, help them so that they can build more ADU units to help us to solve the problems of homelessness or making our city thriving in terms of making business improving. That is all my concern. Thank you for listening to my concern.
Our next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
I want to talk. First, I want to talk with farmer Kim Lee Ho. Help me. I want to talk Vietnamese. Tôi muốn nói cái tội ác mà 600 đồng tiền hỗ trợ cúng Vũ Hán đó, ngay tại Westminster này mà tôi bị cái bộ phận mà hỗ trợ đó, tiền 600 đồng của người dân, mỗi người một người dân Mỹ được chi trả 600 đồng. Thì không biết tại sao cái lý do mà cái bộ phận mà chi tiền á, họ đem họ chặn lỗ của tôi, nhưng là trấn lỗ của tôi, và có cái băng đảng của cái băng đảng bố già ngay tại Westminster này, họ luôn họ đem họ làm nhục tôi và họ bảo tôi là khùng điên ngay tại trong cái thành phố Westminster này, ngay tại cái buổi họp này nè. Thành ra là họ trấn lột và tôi không hiểu tại sao mà cái tội ác này gây ra, mà tôi muốn nói chuyện với lại supervisor của ông Andrew Đỗ đó, khi ông tới đây mà tôi muốn có ý kiến với ông đó, để mà coi như là tại sao để cái tội ác mà trấn lột cái tiền hỗ trợ, tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ trong cái vụ cúng Vũ Hán như vậy, mà chỉ vì là tôi luôn đòi lại cái chiến thắng của trong đời trời lỡ đất của Tổng thống Donald Trump, và người dân Mỹ vote cho Tổng thống Donald Trump win 2024 third 2020 vừa rồi đã vote đó, nhưng mà vote by mail và gian lận của Sleepy Joe và đồng bọn. Cho nên khi mà họ thù ghét tôi, họ đem họ trấn lột cái tiền thuế của người dân khi mà hỗ trợ cho mỗi một người dân Mỹ hợp pháp mà bị chặn như vậy. Tôi muốn cụ phó thị trưởng Kim Ly Hồ đó, cũng như là ai ở trong City Hall này biết được cái tội ác này, xin được quan tâm để mà bắt phải trả lại cái số tiền đó. Và tôi đã gửi cái đơn gửi đến cho văn phòng Tổng thống Donald Trump 45office.com, và cho đến nay thì tôi đang chờ cái chiến thắng sắp tới đây ngày 5 tháng 11 năm 2024 của Tổng thống Donald Trump. Chắc chắn là được người dân Mỹ yêu nước vote cho Tổng thống Donald Trump chiến thắng bằng đúng luật pháp và hiến pháp. Cho nên cái tội ác mà trấn lột cái tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ mà vu cáo cho người dân Mỹ là bị khùng điên, cho nên không có biết tố cáo những cái tội ác của băng đảng bố già ngay tại Westminster này. Xin được cảm ơn, xin cô quan tâm và gọi mời tôi đến. Xin cảm ơn và xin được một lần nữa xin được tri ân và xin được yêu tất cả mọi người đến đây để mà thuyết phục thành phố Westminster.
Our next speaker is An Key.
Hello, good evening, Vice Mayor, Councilman Kim Ly-ho, and Mayor and lawyer and all officer and all lady. My name is An Kiek. Today, I came here. I need to talk. I need to say something about. Really, I need all of you, and really, I need all officer, because I come here. I need to talk about safety and protect our people in Westminster. The case before, I was in 3 hours in office, police station, 3 hours. And they said the case here, the guy beat the woman like boxing, knock out, and the guy still dare our people in his YouTube. And he showed the paper from the police, 2 guys, official police, I don't know, from Westminster or Garden Road. But he's covered by the former vice councilman member in Garden Road. That means today I need all official police and all of you working out about this guy and have to warning him or whatever police doing, because he's danger. He dare our people in Westminster. That today I need to come. I don't know today I say the right thing, but safety and protect, I have to talking. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, officer. Thank you, old lady.
And I'm going to go ahead and call Hung Nguyen. Yes.
I think I read the Vietnamese first and you read English. Ladies and gentlemen, today I come here that đề nghị rằng vui lòng rút lại nghị quyết 4953 phát hành ngày 1 tháng 9 năm 2019. Thưa quý vị, đây là lần thứ 3 tôi Nguyễn Hùng, cư dân thành phố Westminster yêu cầu Hội đồng nghị viên thành phố Westminster hãy rút lại nghị quyết 4953 vì những lý do sau. Thứ nhất, Chủ nhật ngày 17 tháng 9 năm 2023, ông David Dương, Chủ tịch Hội đồng Quản trị Tổ chức Vietnamese American Business Association, viết tắt là VA3, đã có mặt trong một buổi tiếp xúc và dự tiệc khoản đãi với Thủ tướng Việt Nam là ông Phạm Minh Chính do Tổng lãnh sự San Francisco tổ chức. Trước đây các dân biểu là Tạ Đức Chí, địa hạt 70, cựu dân biểu Trần Thái Văn, đại diện giám sát viên Andrew Đỗ, thị trưởng và phó thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn và Nam Quan Nguyễn, Westminster, nghị viên Joe Đỗ Vinh và luật sư Dina Nguyễn, giám đốc Thủy cục Garden Garden Grove và cựu thị trưởng Fortin Valley Michael Võ đã tham dự buổi tiệc do ba khoản đãi dưới sự tài trợ của công ty quốc doanh Việt Nam Airlines và công ty sản xuất xe ô tô điện VinFast ngày 25 tháng 2 năm 2023. Như vậy tôi có quyền xem như là họ đã vi phạm nghị quyết 4953 của thành phố Westminster ban hành ngày 11 tháng 9 năm 2019, hoặc chính họ đã ngấm ngầm công nhận nghị quyết 4953 không còn hữu dụng nữa. Ngày 11 tháng 9 năm 2019, thị trưởng Tạ Đức Chí đã phát hành nghị quyết 4953 với mục đích là chuẩn bị cho cuộc tranh cử các chức vụ trong bầu cử 2020 với chiều bài ủng hộ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Một chế độ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã chấm dứt trong ngày 30 tháng 4 năm 1975. Vì vậy, tôi thỉnh cầu quý vị hãy rút lại nghị quyết 4953 vì sự vi phạm bởi chính quý vị. Dân cử, nhất là hai điểm trong bản nghị quyết số 4953 đính kèm bên dưới hình 1 và 2 hoàn toàn không tích hợp với sự gặp gỡ của ông David Dương và Thủ tướng Việt Nam là ông Phạm Minh Chính. Điều này chứng tỏ nhà nước Việt Nam không có gì phải quan ngại và cũng không tỏ ra nguy hiểm khi Tổng thống Joe Biden đã đến thăm Việt Nam vào ngày 10 và ngày 11 tháng 9 năm 2023. Đề nghị ký thỏa hiệp đối tác chiến lược toàn diện, trong đó phản lực cơ chiến đấu F-16 Viper cũng đã được đồng ý bán cho Việt Nam. Thứ hai, nghị quyết 4953 đã đi ngược lại với chính sách của chính phủ Liên bang Hoa Kỳ. Từ khi Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam đã tái lập băng giao và bình thường hóa quan hệ ngoại giao, từ tháng 7 năm 1997 đã có tới 6 Tổng thống Hoa Kỳ Việt Nam đến trong vòng 25 năm. Thứ ba, sau chuyến đi của Tổng thống Joe Biden thăm Việt Nam vào ngày mùng 2 và hai ngày mùng 10 và mùng 11 tháng năm 2023 là một bằng chứng rõ ràng cho thấy hai quốc gia đã có băng giao và hợp tác trên bình diện ngoại giao một cách không quan ngại, như là những đồng minh xây dựng hòa bình để cho thế giới. Cho nên không thể kết án chính quyền Việt Nam hiện nay là một quốc gia nguy hiểm và thù nghịch với chúng ta nữa. Chúng tôi dành cho bà nói chuyện bằng tiếng Mỹ.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third time I, Wen Hung, a resident of Westminster City, request that the Westminster City Council please withdraw Resolution 4953 for the following reasons. One, Sunday, September 17, 2023, Mr. David Zong, Chairman of the Board of Directors of BABA, was present at the meeting and attended the banquet with Vietnamese Prime Minister Mr. Pham Minh Chinh, which was organized by the Consulate General of San Francisco. Assemblyman Tri Ta, District 70, former Assemblyman Van Tran, Representative Supervisor Andrew Doe, Mayor and Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen and Nam Quan Nguyen, Councilman Joe Do Vin, and lawyer Adina Nguyen, Director of the Garden Grove Water Department. Former Fountain Valley Mayor Michael Vo attended the party hosted by BABA under the sponsorship of state-owned company Vietnam Airlines and electric car manufacturing company VinFast on February 25th, 2023. So I have the right to consider that they have violated Resolution 4953 of the City of Westminster, or they've tactfully recognized that Resolution 4953 is no longer useful. Former Mayor Tri Ta issued Resolution 4953 with the purpose of preparing for the content of positions in the 2020 election with the guise of supporting the Republic of Vietnam, a Republic of Vietnam regime that ended after April 30th, 1975 to get his votes. Therefore, I request you withdraw Resolution 4953 because of the violation by your own elected officials, especially the 2 points in Resolution 4953 attached below, pictures 1 and 2, are completely inappropriate through David Zong's meeting with Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh. This proves that the Vietnamese now have nothing to worry about. They did not appear to even be more dangerous when President Joe Biden visited Vietnam on September 10th and 11th to sign the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement in which F-16 Viper fighter jets also agreed to sell to Vietnam. Two, Resolution 4953 has gone against the policy of the U.S. federal government since the U.S. and Vietnam have reestablished diplomatic relations and normalized diplomatic relations. Since July 1997, 6 U.S. presidents have come to Vietnam within 25 years. Three, after President Joe Biden's trip to Vietnam on the 10th and 11th, there is clear evidence that the two countries have unconcerned relations and cooperation at the diplomatic level, all allies in building world peace. Therefore, we cannot condemn the current Vietnamese government as dangerous and hostile country to us. Four, Tri Ta himself also presented a resolution honoring actress Ngo Tan Van, who is related to former Vietnamese Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Duong. Five, Mr. Bui Kong is currently the head of the election campaign committee of former Congressman Van Tran, and many candidates such as Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, Deputy Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen, and oh well, didn't get there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And our final speaker for tonight is Thuy Vo.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Nam Quang, City Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, Carlos Manzo, the lawyer, the police officer, and city manager and staff. Well, I'm sure that, some of us have sent into the video a man beating a woman in front of Đức Thánh Trần. It's, I don't care who's right or wrong, but I think it's uncivilized and it's brutal. And the person, the terrorist, that such action called terrorist, still humiliating women. I'm one of them. When I went to Vietnam, he took the picture from my Facebook and humiliated me in a chat group. And he still does. Every other day, he went on YouTube, humiliating me and Dr. Long Pham. And we went in with the police officer and asked for the report, and they say it's not, but probably the day is not accurate. But the president of the community, Vietnamese community, is association, Quốc gia, Người Việt Quốc gia, something, is trying his best to protect this man. And I think the authorities, some of the authorities of the OC are backing it up. And when I say I have proof, I have enough evidence, and I hope that the city will do something about it to keep this place safe. Of course, I'm not living in the city of Westminster, but because of the Vietnamese food, and also the Phúc Lộc Thọ, I always go out there and buying jewelry and all these things. And I heard the other day was, there's a robbery at the Phúc Lộc Thọ. So I'm saying this so that the city council, the police officer, the lawyer, and the city manager heading this city is looking into it and make the place safe for us. Thank you.
We do have one more speaker, Vice Mayor Tom Lamb.
Kính thưa ông Phó Thị trưởng, kính thưa Hội đồng thành phố. Hôm nay tôi đến đây, kính thưa quý vị, tôi ký tên dưới đây là Thôm Lâm. Hôm nay tôi đến đây để lần thứ hai khiếu nại âm mưu vu khống và nhục mạ. Theo tôi có sự sắp xếp đặt giữa thị trưởng và phó thị trưởng và nghị viên Kimberly Hồ cùng với hai diễn giả Quỳnh Tuấn Kiệt ngày 28 tháng 6 2023 và Phạm Kim Long ngày 13 tháng 9 2023. Sau đó, nội dung ông Quỳnh Kiệt tôi đã khiếu nại trước đây, xin miễn lặp lại. Hôm nay tôi muốn đề cập việc ông Phạm Kim Long. Nhất là vụ đáng tiếc này, tôi là nạn nhân. Phải chăng vì tranh chấp cuộc bầu cử 2024 sắp đến, tôi đã công khai xác nhận ủng hộ bà thượng nghị sĩ Janet Nguyễn, mà nghị viên Kimberly Hồ cũng như cựu dân biểu Trần Thế Văn đều cùng ra tranh cử chức vụ giám sát viên đơn vị 1 quận Cam. Tôi đã cảnh báo Phó Thị trưởng Nam Quang Nguyễn, người ủng hộ Trần Thế Văn, và nay bà Kimberly Hồ đã lên kế hoạch cho Phạm Kim Long bịa đặt, xuyên tạc, vu khống. Tôi cũng cùng với mục đích làm danh dự tôi bị chà đạp, hầu sẽ ảnh hưởng đến cuộc tranh cử của bà thượng nghị sĩ Janet Nguyễn. Ông Long đã tư thù cá nhân tôi hay vì lý do bầu cử 2024 vì ông và bà Võ Thì cùng với tôi đã hoạt động trong ban vận động tranh cử của bà nghị viên Kimberly Hồ trước đây. Về việc vụ này lộn xộn mà ông Kiệt và ông Long vu khống tôi là người chủ động và kết án tôi là người nguy hiểm cho cộng đồng và là vô căn cứ. Theo hiến pháp tôi là người không có tiền án hình sự và chưa bao giờ ra tòa kết án tội tôi. Thì hai người này không thể nhục mạ tôi trước công cộng. Theo báo cáo của cảnh sát hồ sơ 2304546 thì tôi là người nạn nhân, không phải là người gây sự như ông Long, ông Già Kiệt và vô cớ kết án tôi công khai tại Hội đồng Nghị viên thành phố Westminster. Lần này bà nghị viên Kimberly Hồ lại hồ đồ yêu cầu cảnh sát trưởng điều tra. Từ 28 tháng 6 2000 đến 13 tháng 9, bà đã có gần 3 tháng để điều tra, nhưng lời vu khống, cáo buộc và bịa đặt ông Long mà bà đã cả tin hai người Phạm Kim Long và Võ Thùy cũng như Phó Thị trưởng Nam Quang Nguyễn lần trước một cách dại dột. Tại sao quý vị cố tình đưa sự việc này xảy ra hơn 2 năm trước mà theo luật pháp đã đáo hạn để kiện thưa, và nhất là không có phải là việc đã làm?
Let me translate.
Okay.
Regarding Iowa slander with the assistant of the mayor, deputy mayor, and councilwoman Kimberly Ho. Ladies and gentlemen, I sign below as Tom Lum. Today I come here for the second time to complain about the conspiracy to slander and insult. According to me, an arrangement between the mayor, vice mayor, and councilwoman Kimberly Ho, along with two speakers, Wing Kiet on June 28, 2023, and Pham Kim Long on September 13, 2023. Thereafter, I would like to refrain from the repeating the content from Mr. Wing Kiet attack before. Today, I want to mention to Mr. Pham Kim Long verbal, especially this is unfortunate case. I am the victim. It because of the upcoming 2024 election dispute. I have publicly confirmed my support to Senator Janet Nguyen, but Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, as well as former Congressman Trần Thái Văn, are both running for the position on Supervisor District 1 of Orange County, ? I want the Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen, a supporter of Trần Thái Văn, and now Mrs. Kimberly Ho had planned for Pham Kim Long to fabricate this talk and slander me with the purpose of trampling my honor. So will it is the reason I affect Senator Janet Nguyen election campaign. Mr. Long had a personal vendetta against me or for the 2024 election because he and Mrs. Võ Thùy and I were active in the former campaign committee of Council Kimberly Ho. Regarding the incident, Mr. Kiet and Long slander me as an initiator and accuse me for to being a dangerous and terrorist to the community with the baseline. According to the Constitution, I have no criminal record, and I have not been convicted by the court. So these two people should not humiliate me in the public. According to the police report, the number 2304546, I am a victim. I guarantee on this complaint are true. If the city does not apologize for me within 20 days, I will go to the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we move to consent calendar.
Before we do that, could I make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, earlier a speaker regarding the homeless in District 2. I know this is your district, but what was the street? And I wanted to see if staff could look into that or.
Yeah, the address is
help her.
it's on Edward Street.
Yeah.
I believe it's 14022 Edwards.
Yeah, she seems really frustrated, and if it's affecting her business, I know how hard it is to be, a business, to run a business these days, and so it would be helpful if we can, take a look into her situation.
Yes, Councilwoman, Councilman, Commander Weber has already given her his business card, and I will take the opportunity now to also encourage her and anyone else that's having police issues to call us when they're happening immediately, so we may get out there when it is occurring and do something about it.
I know that I do have a business, I do have a building in the city of Garden Grove. So for the city to help, it's, I guess, business owners, business owners have to sign on or something before they could remove trespassers or homeless? I mean, they're not because they're homeless, but because they're trespassing or loitering. So if so, could I'm sure we are all under the same state law, and if you could educate the public or the owners, I think it would make it less frustrating, because I myself, go through the same thing as a business owner.
Yes, so we call them letters of authorization, and business owners, usually it's property management. We have a pre-existing form they can fill out, or they can just make it themselves, sending it to the police department, and that letter of authorization authorizes us to act as their agent for their property, which gives us the authority to cite for things we generally can't cite for on private property. So it does sometimes tie our hands when we have somebody come in and go, oh, all these things are happening on my property. But if they're not calling us, and it's private property, we can't do too much about it. If they call us and they have a letter of authorization that can be found and directions for filling that out on our website, we can go on there, we can enforce laws as their agent on their property.
I understand, and the reason I speak out about this is because I went through the same thing, to learn that number one is you have to have the owner of the building, like the landlord, and not the business owner. So the business owner, like herself, could be leasing a space from the landlord, and so if so, the landlord needs to be the one to fill out. So, I mean, it took us a little while to really understand the law and what was necessary for us to, have that, to draw that conclusion, or, get some help from the police. So I think it might be necessary for us to, educate just in general, just anybody who has that frustration, and that could be very helpful to them.
Correct. And we actually do hear that frustration from a lot of business owners that we're working with, because we are contacted a lot for this issue, that they cannot get the business owner tries to get a hold of the property management, and property management aren't necessarily very responsive. So it sometimes takes us months to get those letters to help them in those situations. Our HLO team, our Homeless Liaison Officer team, does go out and proactively get letters of authorization from locations, but it's frustrating for them too. They can ask, they can educate, but it's up to that property owner to actually execute.
Yeah, because I feel like the business owner may be, maybe I would say, quote unquote, taking it out on, us, WPD, while I think there might be a disconnect between the landlord, the lessee, and our city. So I think it might be, because, this is through some personal experience, and also there's limits to what we can do, what resource we have to help them. And I know that I've had to, as a landlord, I have to hire, just security, whether it be patrol or, someone on site, et cetera, to help in addition to whatever it is that you can do for them. So I think there's got to be some meeting between the two, the three, the landlord, the tenant, as well as WPD, So I would suggest that, because I really feel for her, you know, being that she's trying to make things work for her business. And, you know, so that would be helpful to her. Thank you.
And we feel for her as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I know your team has actively been on that case as far as issuing those letters, correct? We've been doing that for a bit now.
Yes, that's been occurring for some time.
Yeah, thank you.
No, this is not the oral communication. Yes, we are conducting the business here. Mr. Hong, this is your first warning.
The case is over 2 years. You cannot come back, and you are not victim. How will you generate?
This is second warning. I might remove you to the chamber, from the chamber. All right, now we go back to consent calendar. All the matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council member or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So with that, does anyone have any items?
Motion to approve.
I second.
All right, let's go for a vote. Madam Clerk?
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Councilmember Ho, and that is to approve the consent calendar as is. I'll go ahead and start
Correct.
with roll call.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. So the next one is the regular business. I'm going to read it into the record. Actually, before we begin, I will respectfully ask my colleagues here, Councilmember Ho and Councilmember Manzo, if we can. I will make a motion to move item 5.1 and 5.5 to the next meeting.
I second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ho. Can we go to the vote?
Okay, so I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Ho. That is to push agenda items 5.1 and 5.5 to the next meeting.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll call vote. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So next is 5.2, approval of amendment to the agreement with SDI Present LLC for continued provision of the citywide information and technology consulting services in fiscal year 2023-2024. So is there any discussion that we want? I'd like to entertain a motion here.
A motion to approve.
A second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen. That is to approve the amendment to the agreement with SDI Presence LLC for continued provision of citywide information technology consulting services in fiscal year 2023-2024, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute amendment number 1 to the agreement. I'll go ahead and call roll call vote. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, we move to the next, 5.3, approval of a 3-year purchase order with Dell Corporation for Microsoft Office 365 government beginning in fiscal year 2023-2024. Okay, any discussion?
I move to approve.
A second.
Okay, before we make our vote for this item, I would like to invite Jason, the IT, from the IT department to come up and speak about this one. because I think the public need to know about this.
You would like me to address the council to explain to the public why you're spending so much money?
Yes.
It is a lot of money. So all of the computers, the desktop computers, the servers, run on Microsoft products. This agenda item renews the licensing for all of those components to support the critical operations of the police department, city-wide, all of the users, all of their desktop computers, Microsoft Office Suite, cloud services, security services. We really can't operate without this renewal.
Okay, the question is why we wouldn't go for some cheap products like OpenOffice and like MySQL like for database. Is that, regarding the safety issue of the operation day-by-day basis?
So I would say the paramount reason that we need to use these vetted products is related to the police department's use of criminal history data. Much of that data resides with the FBI, and they establish the regulations regarding accessing and storing and transmitting that data. And so the Microsoft licensing is not part of the commercial package. This is the government package, which means all of the data that's stored resides exclusively within the US and is only accessible by US vetted personnel. This is different than the commercial products where the data may be stored globally. So that's one reason. Secondly, the licensing also comes with support. So a lot of the open products, it's up to the end user to determine how to use them and troubleshoot issues, whereas this licensing agreement also comes with direct support from Microsoft for the life of the agreement for all the products, and also includes product upgrades and patches throughout the term.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jason. Is there anything that you want to address the council? Since
Yeah.
you are here, any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Maybe this question will be for the city manager regarding the RFP process. Is this the RFP process, right?
It was not. I can speak to that if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay, so a number of years ago, I don't know the exact number, more than 5 years ago, the County of Riverside did an open solicitation and negotiated the best pricing with Microsoft. There are a small number of resellers that can then sell through that contract vehicle, and that is the contract vehicle that is referenced in this purchase agreement. And that is the same vehicle that many of the municipalities within the state of California also ride on to leverage that best pricing. So it's cheaper than what you could get in an open market. It's cheaper than the retail. This is exclusive government pricing that was negotiated by the County of Riverside.
Councilmember Menzel?
Vice Mayor, too, if you would like, Commander Washita could more explain that process. It's within our purchasing policy as well, why there's no RFP.
Yeah, please do.
If you need more.
Yes, I do.
Commander Washita.
Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. Essentially, our purchasing manual through the city, specifically subsection 4.3, allows the city to do what they call a piggyback contract. And so as long as another government agency has gone through a competitive bidding process, we can piggyback and use their contract to basically not have to conduct the full RFP. We did go out and get additional quotes on this, however, and as expected, the negotiated contract that Riverside County had negotiated was the lowest price, which is also the vendor that we selected, Dell, which is the contract agency for also Santa Ana, who signed, I believe, a contract using Riverside's contract in January of this year. Newport Beach also just signed a contract using the Riverside contract as a vehicle in June of this year as well.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that is something that we do have in our code as one of the exceptions to bidding is when we're piggybacking on another publicly bid contract. And we also, I don't know if this is part of the California multiple award schedule or if it's just a piggyback contract. Is there, because that's also allowed too.
This is a piggyback contract.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the piggyback contract that you're probably most familiar with is our Sourcewell contract, which is also a piggybacked one.
Which one?
Sourcewell,
Yeah.
for our vehicles.
Oh, I see.
And if I may add, this is something that most cities do. In fact, even our heroes over at the fire department do this as well when they make their purchases.
Yeah, no, my question was, you answered it, was how many other agencies are using the Dell Corporation?
Yeah, I don't have an exact count. I do know those are the 3 most recent ones in Orange County. However, there are other counties up and down the coast of California. If I remember correctly, Burbank, San Luis Obispo, are some of the other cities, I believe Alameda as well, used this Riverside's pre-negotiated contract as their vehicle.
And Councilman, I would actually defer that question to SDI that works with numerous cities across the nation, but I'm pretty confident in saying probably most, only because all police agencies that have the rigorous requirements from the FBI and Department of Justice, where we can store sensitive information and the safeguards around that, we can't go with a cheaper option because their information will be compromised, our information will be compromised. In technical terms, this is a no-brainer for us.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
All right,
very
thank
much.
you. Is there any question for our police officer here? No?
No, I learned
All right,
something.
okay.
But I'm also a bit saddened by the fact that, you know, I mean, Dell's such a big name, big brand. And so, I mean, I don't recognize the others, but I would love the others to have a chance, opportunity. But seeing that they're not price competitive anyway.
All right, so we have the motion and the second on the floor made by Councilmember Ho and second by Councilmember Mansell. That's all for call.
Okay, so before I call roll, this is to approve a purchase order with Dell Corporation for Microsoft Office 365 government licenses, software assurance, and monthly subscriptions for a service period of 3 years with a total cost not to exceed $522,184.38, beginning in fiscal year 2023 through 2024 until fiscal year 2025 through 2026. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Wynne.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move to item 5.4, approval of a 5-year custody officer services agreement in fiscal year 2023, 2024. Okay, I open for discussion.
I have just a question. From the services, seems like pretty loud in here. The increase from our previous contract, do we have that number? I'm assuming there's an increase.
Yes, Councilmember, there in fact is an increase. I'll have to get those numbers for you, and but can tell you that with industry norms, there's an increase to everything right now, including this contract. This contract is for 5 years, so it does seem pretty steep, but we did want to enter into that agreement. We have representatives from this organization here tonight if you have specific questions. And in the meantime, I will get you the number of the increase.
And then competitively with is there other agencies that provide this service? Where are we with those numbers?
Yeah.
What are
So first, and this was supplied to council in the council package, there was a little over a 10% increase the first year, followed by 4% and change each subsequent year.
Yeah, but I was asking prior, the the one that's just expiring?
So the difference would be in the first year, 10.7
10.7, okay.
increase. The second year
That's-
would be 4.6.
All right, I get you.
Yeah, from the prior contract.
Okay. And then competitively with the other agencies providing this service? what
So
the-
this was sole source, meaning no other competitors were involved in this or interested, or we could find.
Okay, thank you.
What did we pay prior to this?
So we paid 10.7% less than the number you're looking at under 5.4. I'm not that quick to do the math in my head.
You mean like 1.4 or 5?
Okay.
So, yeah, probably around there.
So, okay, let me start over. 5-year contract with Allied Universal Security Services. Who did we contract with prior to?
We contracted with them.
With them. So they're asking the first year's 10-point-something% increase. Why is that? Why so much?
So two things, we are getting a little more coverage and the cost of doing business.
Okay. What are you getting? I'm sorry, how much did they charge before? The amount exceed? not to exceed
10.7 lower than the number you're looking at.
So the contract for the last fiscal year was 321,000 versus what they're asking for the first year's 355,000-ish, 356,000.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Are we happy with their services?
Yes, we are.
And you said because there's nobody out there, it's like you have no choice, but, so are you happy, hopefully?
We are.
Yes, you are. Okay. Thank you.
If the chief can actually add to that, the people that are currently working there, or at least the person that's working there, has actually been with us for quite some time.
Yeah, so this is for 3 staff members and 1 supervisor. The supervisor, for consistency, has been with us for years, which is important to our organization. They know our processes, they're familiar with our facility, they're familiar with our issues. So that's a very important thing for us too. And I know part of those increases, you had asked Councilwoman, what are we getting for that? Well, part of it's cost of living increases for their employees as well.
That's part of it.
And that is part of it. And the coverage, I think we got, and if maybe Commander Weber can help me out of this, we got a few more hours of coverage a day. We are looking at housing people longer in our jail, so we do need that with some issues to help us hold on to prisoners longer and possibly bring them to court in the morning. So the coverage does matter to us, and retaining the staff they have for Westminster Police Department, we did agree to the cost of living increases for employees.
Chief, sorry to interrupt. Of those increases you spoke about that you're still studying it, see if it's a possibility. So would you come back with the increase on these numbers? Because I'm assuming if we're...
No, this will include that.
This would include that? Okay.
All right, my question is why we have a contract for 5 years?
So rates, the longer we the longer we actually agree to, the rates can't increase. So we can say it could be year to year, but they can also give us a 10.7% increase year to year. So locking them, and they're here tonight, locking them into a rate, a fixed rate, is to our benefit. In addition to that, we also have an exit clause to where, for some reason, we become unhappy or we decide to go in a different direction, we can get out. So to me personally, it wouldn't matter if it was 10 years. We could get out. I think it's the contract stipulates, I think, 30 days. But going 5 years actually locks them and us into a fixed rate that we can plan for, that we can, and we know what our bills are going to be.
Since they are the only service that we have right now, what if in the next couple of years they coming back to us and asking for a raise?
At that point, I would ask that the council members be trained to be jailers and take over those services.
Agreed.
All right, with that, I move to approve.
We don't have much to do. We can try. All right, I'll second it.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve a 5-year contract with Allied Universal Security Services for custody officer services in an amount not to exceed $1,945,153.28 over the 5-year contract term, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, with that, we move to 7.1. Consider introduction and first reading of an ordinance repealing chapter 2.62 and 2.57 of the Westminster Municipal Code, terminating the Commission of Aging and the Cultural Arts Commission. Right, open for discussion, if anyone. Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a question regarding the recruitment process as far as how we mentioned when this came about before us way back when to disband it, the Arts and Culture Commission. Was this flown to the schools? Have we discussed and the colleges and all the different, those two in particular? Was that done?
So Vanessa can speak for her involvement with getting the information out. Unfortunately, can't speak for the previous clerk who was here, who had direction to disseminate, but I know that there were postings that were done, but she can talk a little bit more about what she did as well.
Yes, so we did reach out to schools, the colleges. I had numerous conversations with residents to try and recruit them for both the Commission on Aging and Cultural Arts, and there was just a lack of interest.
I know our previous clerk did attend all of like the senior center events, walked around with applications as well. I know that did happen
Yes,
as well.
many times.
What about the members on aging, the previous cycle? None of those were on their
I
wish to
think
return?
there was one applicant, and the others were just not interested in continuing to serve. And I believe the last round, there was only 3 of 5 commissioner positions filled at that time, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it was a struggle to get a quorum.
Did you sense one of the reason why, the lack of interest?
I think was just a general lack of wanting to put the time in right now. For some of them, it was specific because of the council dynamics, but also the time involved and what their return on investment would be.
With COVID as well, so there was a lot, a lot of the commissions were stagnant during COVID. So that kind of made everyone lose momentum when it came to being involved with certain things. So that certainly didn't help, but just to piggyback off that, over the time that I was, city clerk trying to recruit for folks as well, it did have a lot to do with just dynamics and, I guess a level of jadedness to participate in things because, people just aren't sure how involved they can really be, or they had these preconceived notions that things were already decided, in advance, or schedules weren't consistent. Like you didn't have meetings on a regular basis, or you didn't have a schedule in advance where you could say that, we meet once a month, which is what we're trying to clean up now with the existing commissions that we have. But you add a combination of those factors in, and you end up with less applicants.
So is there a cost to keeping these open? A financial cost?
There's really not a financial cost. It's just a matter of, recruiting. The only thing is when you have an open commission with responsibilities that are for those things and you don't have people filling them in, if there does happen to be something that needs to be, listened to or discussed, and you don't have enough for a quorum, then those items essentially could be stagnant, or we'd have to come back here and ask, what would you like us to do? It's kind of like our personnel board, for example, right? There are things that need to be heard, but then they can't be heard because we don't have enough people, but we have to have a personnel board. So you just have issues like that.
Well, I'm just thinking of something real quick. So why can't we, instead of disbanding these, can we have something, a policy where we change it, council can change it where, since in the meantime, while there's no commission on aging, the Parks Commission can make, if a case comes about where you need a decision made, the Parks Commission, as you recommended, can make that decision in its place until there is
So these are ordinances, so you'd have to change essentially the bylaw to change, so you'd have to change the bylaw in order to make that authority possible.
Isn't that better than disbanding it and then having to recreate it again later on down the road?
Well, you can argue both ways about it. I know cities that have cultural arts commissions, and they are very active. They are, you have people who are constantly on it. They have a cultural, every city has a cultural presence, right? But it just depends on what you do, what kind of projects you want to put out. Here, that engagement has just been lacking. We've had this open for, it's been about 2 years since we've had this commission open, and we haven't had as much interest. But part of that too is we also haven't really dedicated, the priorities to creating things for this kind of commission to be interested in, and for people to say, oh, these are things that could be part of this commission, let's get involved. We just haven't gotten to that part, to that point yet. So it's really council's discretion what you want to do with it, but the biggest challenge will be if there are things and we have no people interested, then we're back to square one and we'd have this conversation 6 months down the line.
Well, I would definitely, it just blows my mind how we don't have any interest when we have so much culture in our community. We have Vietnamese and Hispanic cultures in their community, and America, we have everything here, such a diverse community, and we don't have nobody interested. And we have a lot of things. We have the Little Saigon Blueprint going on, that we hopefully one day get that going again.
Well, even with, special events that we have, a Cultural Arts Commission, essentially can help with programming. So like, let's say, for example, we had the Fall Festival, you had a lot of different groups from different cultures that performed. It was a well put together program, but that's something that a Cultural Arts Commission could, be part of. Or let's say the Tet Parade, right? That's something that they could drive, they could do that as well. But again, absent people who are interested in doing these things, that's where we just have a problem.
And then on the Commission on Aging, have you had issues, subjects that you needed a decision on? We've had to add something, right?
I wouldn't say anything has arisen since we've reopened from COVID. We're going through a change in staffing there, and I envision additional programming, some new ideas coming about, strengthening those kind of relationships, but nothing that I don't think the Parks and Rec Commission, a strong focused Parks and Rec Commission can help mitigate those issues. So even though it's Parks and Recreation, like that encompasses our entire department, arts, seniors. If we have a strong group that we can start with from there that can address any issues that arise, I feel like that can blossom the other commissions in being productive.
What about applicants for that commission? How are we looking there?
I'll defer to City Clerk.
Currently, we only have one application on file.
That's for Commission on Aging.
Correct.
No,
Are you talking Parks?
Oh, for Parks, we have 5. We're looking to bring that to the council in October for our appointment.
And the other applicants, the one for Commission on Aging and one,
We have 3 for cultural arts and 1 for Commission on Aging. Depending on the direction from City Council tonight, my office would go back to those applicants for those 2 commissions and urge them to apply to be considered for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
The other alternative as well is there are commissions out there that have like a liaison, if you will. So like we're fortunate we have a youth committee, but there are Parks and Recs commissions out there that you have your core commissioners, but then you also have a youth representative and then also a senior representative. They're not necessarily voting, but they do, they serve as figures representative of those age groups to provide input. So that's always an alternative as well.
So when you bring that back, can we put that on there to add those 2 positions on there?
You won't need a youth one because we have an existing
No,
youth committee, but for,
aging.
so what we would recommend is bringing back, we would have to bring back the ordinance or the bylaws for the Parks and Rec Commission to do that, but we can certainly do that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Manzo. Councilmember Hall.
I am, I just think I'm very hesitant to let go of the Commission for Aging, Commission on Aging, because we have a growing aging population. The only thing I could think of, and this is really not a, I don't want you to take it wrong, but I'm just thinking that maybe we're not being good salespeople. You know, when you try to sell the idea for people to join the commission, we need to say something. Well, I mean, if you were to talk to me, say for instance, and ask me to join, or try to entice me to join, what would you say? What would you tell me?
I would ask if you would like to.
You're not that old.
Yeah, I mean.
Come on.
Putting you on the spot.
To contribute to our community by being engaged in our senior services and what they'd like to see either for themselves, for their aging parents and grandparents. And this can't all be staff-driven, so there's a point where, you know, it needs to be driven by the council and help us recruit those people who are willing to serve.
The biggest struggle in this city compared to some of the other cities is that each of you have a person that you are appointing. And so in other cities where it's generally common to have a poll where you all by consensus vote on your 5 that that you'd like. In this case, you're picking 1 each, and so that in itself also discourages people because they think that if they don't know you or you already have a preferred person, they're not inclined to apply, and that's also that's also something that does hinder our ability to recruit. And so, I mean, I myself have gone out there, and everyone knows I'm a local government junkie, and I will forever, advertise how great it is to be involved in your community, and everyone needs to do their part, civic responsibility. But but the reality of that too is, right now we're in a place where in the past it's been very, the process has been very regimented. It's been very there's very hard lines to how we appoint people and what we're looking at. Right now, we're trying to be a little bit more flexible. We're trying to be a little bit more, we're trying to be a little bit more transparent when it comes to, to meeting schedules and expectations, et cetera. But these newer commissions, for example, like the Cultural Arts Commission, people aren't familiar with it because it's been a while since, it's been a while. It was disbanded maybe over 10, 15 years ago. And obviously the, Commission on Aging, as people are, especially with COVID, as people are trying to use their time for other things, spending time with family, taking vacations, whatever, playing bingo. it's a lot harder to get people engaged.
So
That's
then-
what we're trying to do now, is get people engaged by showing us the different things that they could be a part of. But, it's still taking a lot longer.
Even those key seniors that we see daily, every single day in the senior center, sit down, I'll help you fill out your application. Let's contribute in a different way. Both Claire and I have done that, and there's just a bit of hesitation on their end.
Okay, so.
What about lowering I think the Commission on Aging is 60 years, right? I thought it was 60.
threshold?
What about, well, I guess the question is lowering the age requirement.
You know what?
I don't know if there
suggest
is an
you
age
lower the
requirement.
So Councilmember Kim Lô Ho can apply. Lower the
Yes,
age.
I'm only one
please.
person, though. You need 5.
I don't think there is an age requirement.
I don't
Yeah,
mind.
there's no
Like
age
that.
I
threshold.
thought there was. There is one.
Either 55 or 62.
I thought it was 60.
some-
And lower to 50 and I apply to.
50, right, AARP?
So it's really our responsibility to appoint, right? The council.
At the end of the day, yes. Yeah.
So, okay, you guys, appoint.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I
I
think,
really don't think we should disband,
Yeah,
especially
I agree.
the Commission on Aging. I don't know about the cultural
Yes.
arts, but it'll take time for that one. It's just been disbanded 15 years ago. It'll be a while before we can bring that
Okay,
one back.
you know what? Look right at the situation that we have here. I remember that we have this issue a long time ago, like since the day that the first day that I get into this dais, and we discussed about this. And I think that staff, they spend, a lot of efforts and trying going around, and I can use the words like a begging people to join, and that's not what we want. Okay, the one is we like people to join the commission with passionate, right? So they will come to the meeting and then they do stuff. But if you trying to, here's, please join this. And for doing that, they're not going to join. So, be practical here. We got to do something here, with, all due respect to you and Councilmember Ho. I think it's the right time for us to move on with this. For planning commission and traffic commission, all others, park and creation commission, people trying to get in there. We don't have to go around begging because there's a need to do it. There's a need. Okay, so if we don't have the need here, why? We have to keep this.
I think there's a need. I just don't think we communicated it well. Maybe you should go on your YouTube and advertise.
No, actually,
And talk about it.
you know what? I think this council agreed to give it a chance, to keep it alive, and then for the staff to go around and advertise. But then we failed because nobody joined this. Why keep it? Yeah, that's what I want to inject into the discussion.
I have
Yeah.
a question for staff.
Sure, go ahead.
Back again, please. What are some of the projects or some of the things you've
Okay, are we
done
going
in
to
the past
NFA?
and the Commission on Aging? Give me some examples of like what you've done in the past.
Sure, they've looked at redesigning their monthly brochure, their monthly activity guide. They've looked at adding some programs. I believe that's how we added some rules and regulations in rooms such as like the pool room. So they'll look at like issues that arise in the senior center and help address those issues. what kinds of special events that are needed in the senior center.
So what kind of special events did you come up with?
Well, the commission hasn't met in quite a while, but I know previously they would be helpful in selecting what holidays were celebrated, what kind of meals were served on those special events. If they're taking trips, what kind of excursions the seniors would be offered.
Are you guys doing trips right now?
They're doing very few. That's one of the things we're looking at bringing back. I believe they are going to an Oktoberfest at Old World in October, but the excursion program was much grander
So
pre-COVID.
who's doing all the planning, like all the parties that you guys put on? Okay, can you involve the Commission on Aging? Because that's really for them.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
let's say if we tell them, if you sell the idea to them and say, you're going to help us plan these events and many more events that we're not having right now. We need your help.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think they would be ecstatic because they come to those events.
Yes.
Yes. They come out very happy. So I think if you tell them that and say, we need your help, we need you to help plan, I think they'd love that. I think it's about reframing, I think selling the idea better. Because I'm not sure what you were saying before. I couldn't imagine what if I were on that commission, what I'd be doing. You know what I'm saying? But if you give some examples like you just did, I'm like, wow, that sounds like fun. And plan some parties and many more parties and, whatever. So whatever it is you need them to do, and I think you guys do a great job. So give that commission some ideas on how to, even if they guide you, I think they should guide you because it's all about, it's for them.
Yes.
So I mean, I would like to keep that, at least the Commission on Aging. We shouldn't get rid of that.
Would you consider lowering the age? It's right now at 62.
I would recommend 50.
55.
51.
Yes, remember the event that we had now, the card for the COVID thing? Yeah, we set it
I think we
at
55.
55.
Yeah.
Yes, set it-
I would say 55 sounds really good, yeah. Let's
Yes.
lower it to 55.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not for disbanding the Commission
No,
on Aging.
I
so.
am not either.
Right, so can we, okay, with that, I'm going to make a motion. Are we going to keep the Asian Commission? We're going to try it for a while. If it doesn't work, and then I will, get it back on the dais for discussion, okay? And we're going to disband the Cultural Arts Commission. Is that?
Excuse me.
Because we already tried, so many times already. Okay.
I mean, like I said earlier, it's not costing us anything to keep that commission on, the Cultural Arts Commission open and continue to try to recruit, right?
Well, how about this? The council members going to, appoint one of our own.
But
to that
it
commission.
should be, well, see, that's the issue one of the issues that is before us is, one of the issues is that what the city manager spoke about earlier is that preconceived notion that decisions are made beforehand, and that's on us, that's on council, that's actually a reflection on us because of the way we portray ourselves and the way we carry ourselves in the community.
Okay.
So that's our responsibility. So I think we need to clean our act up to attract more folks to our community. I just don't see, since we should disbanding it, I think leaving it open is fine, see what happens. So I guess my motion is to lower the age requirement for the Commission on Aging.
Vice Mayor had a motion.
Oh, you
so
did?
we just need his motion is to keep the Commission on Aging, disband cultural arts, and reduce to 55?
Yeah, to 55.
We would have to come back with an ordinance
Yeah,
to accomplish that, but,
Yeah.
so the motion would be, if that's the case, it would be to approve this item B ordinance, which is to delete chapter 2.57 cultural arts, and then to return with an ordinance to modify the Commission on Aging, to lower the age to 55.
That's correct.
And if, I don't know, I mean, just throwing this out, do you want staff maybe to look at modifying the goals and purposes of that committee to make it more suitable to maybe some of the purposes you mentioned?
The goals are pretty, we had talked about the goals last time. They're pretty,
Broad.
yeah, they're meant to be broad, and then projects that are within those categories would be, included. But so we would need a second.
Do we have a second on Vice Mayor's motion? Okay, no second.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to keep the Commission on Aging, to lower the age requirement to 55, and keep both commissions, the other commission open as well.
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo that is to take no action to the recommendation in front of you today, to remain for Commission on Aging and Cultural Arts Commission to remain open and not disbanded, but to bring back an ordinance to change the requirement of age for the Commission on Aging from 62 years to 55.
55, correct.
Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, and let me just clarify, just so everybody's understood. If the motion was to approve the ordinance, that would require 3 votes. But in this event, it is not a motion to take no action on the ordinances and to come back with an ordinance to consider. So that could be approved on 2. I just wanted to clarify that ahead of time.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Monzo and a second by Councilmember Ho. I will go ahead and call roll on that. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor.
No.
Motion carried.
All right, with that, we move to item 8, which is ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Comment from City Council. Yeah, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just want to really give a really special thanks to staff for all the hard work. I mean, that's when people came out and saw everything that we had here at the Civic Center area. That was a major undertaking. So congratulations to everybody, Vanessa and your team. Also, we had our fire department was involved, police department was involved, all our public works, Jake, everybody. A really team effort. It goes to show you what can happen when we all pull together and working as a team, what we can do. So thank you very much for all your work, Adolfo as well, and the skipper, Christine Corden. And so thank you very much. I had a really good time on Friday. I was feeling a bit under the weather, so I missed a lot of the activities, pretty much all the activities Saturday and Sunday, so I'm pretty bummed about that, but I love seeing how much huge attendance that we had, all the videos that everybody was taking. It was just so awesome that we had that in our community. I look forward to the many other events coming to our city, and I think that event, the previous events from the last years, I think it's got everybody exciting to see, to come and enjoy. And now we have our spectacular coming up. I'm looking forward to that. So just thank you all very much for that, and hopefully we can keep having that same amount of attendance going forward. That's awesome. So thank you very much. That's all I got.
Councilmember Hall.
Vice Mayor, I only have a few minutes, right, before 8? I'm going to try to make it quick. So
I'll be
first of
nice
all,
next time.
yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything that Councilmember Monzo said already. So the Taste of Westminster, and that was really the highlight of the weekend, started on a Friday, and I didn't want to miss that, and I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the vendors, the restaurants, and all the people that made it possible. And I think this is a major undertaking, and it actually brought Taste of Westminster back after, what, 15 years, you think? It's been 15 years, and I think initially that was Taste of Westminster has always brought to us by the Chamber of Commerce, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Westminster Chamber of Commerce. Then the next day, I went to the opening ceremony, and so that was really nice, opening ceremony. You know, our event, again, that day, I didn't expect to see any more food vendors, but I did see food vendors, and the food was delicious, and the drinks, and the, sugarcane juice, that was really special. And so one thing I noticed is that there were a lot of smiles on people's faces, and so I think that it's just the spirit, and it's just the feeling of unity, you know, from just having people participate in events like that. And so at this time, I think it's really all things just staff, so kudos to our staff. I want to thank you for all your efforts, and I'm talking about every single department. So I really think that you are developing a reputation on knowing how to put on really the best parties, you know, every week, or I feel like you have a party every week at the senior center. So we are having one tomorrow, so don't you all forget. What is it, fall, was it another fall?
Friday.
Fall Friday?
Friday is the Moon Festival.
Moon Festival. So that, no, not tomorrow, but Friday. Moon Festival at 10 a.m. And I thought that was kind of was kind of checking with Lin Duan. And I'm like, are you sure 10 a.m.? You know, so is it at 10 a.m.? Well, I hope everybody come out. If you missed the fall festival, here's your second chance at more fun. But then, you know, I know our staff at Senior Center really put on so many events. So you know, if you missed that one, there will be many more to come. We are going to miss Claire Amix, and I really think that she's really the face of our senior center. So every time I come, she's always doing, gosh, wearing a lot of hats. And so, I thank you, the director, for doing such a great job. So that's really a good reflection on you. Okay, so that's it. Thank you, and see you next time.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hall. For me, last week I went to a conference in Sacramento, and one of the most item to talk about is the homelessness issue. People from all over California, let's say like 467 cities came together, and we all talk about that. That's the main issue, that not the city of Westminster, you know, encounter, but the whole state and the whole nation. Upon talking about that issue with all the mayors and council members, and I found out that we have the same common here. But we in Westminster do much better than, you know, other cities. I can assure you that, by riding along with our PD and just witness that, you know, the way that we clean up everything in our city. I feel like, no, actually, I think, and I know that we are heading to the right direction, and keep doing that. That's my compliment to the PD, and we will continue to work with you guys to improve the situation here in the city of Westminster. I also talked with. No, actually, we also attended one of the sections that the PD chief of police from Riverside and Torrance, Chief Gonzalez and Jay from Torrance and Riverside. They emphasize about the importance of the interaction between PD and the residents, and that helped them a lot to combat the crime. And I look back at our city, and I see that in the past, the PD have put together a lot of activity, a lot of events that like a K9 event and some events that I just don't remember now. But that's also the right direction. We should increase, that kind of activities throughout the year or in the future. So that's what we should do. And thank you guys for doing that. And I remember that you're going to have a next coming K9 event also. All right. So that's good. Thank you, staff, for putting your heart and soul into the last events, the Taste of Westminster and the Fall Festival. I'd be amazed. I'm amazed that finally we have that kind of activity in our cities, and was spreading around, and a lot of people have put in a good words for you guys, and thank you for doing that. And with that, I like to adjourn the meeting to the next regular meeting on Wednesday, October 11, 2023 at 6 p.m.